Hello, hello, hello! Hello, Raliev! Welcome to the stream! Right, everyone, whoever is watching me, because as always, probably the numbers displayed on my viewer trackers are not accurate. Anyway, guys, today is the day, yeah? A new update to Train Driver 2 has dropped, and well, I guess it's time for us to take it for a spin, isn't it? Yeah. That sounds like an idea. My apologies for a weird voice. I'm a bit ill right now, and probably that's why I haven't posted any videos this week. Like, I just didn't have energy to like record, edit, and do stuff. So eventually, well, today I really had to stream. So sorry about that. You might hear some sick doggo ASMR during the stream because like I'm getting pretty bad flu, I guess. At least I hope it's only a flu. Anyway, right now I feel great, and on top of that we got a new update, so it's time for us to look what has changed. And to be fair, from end user perspective, there are not that many changes in the new version of Train Driver, but I will get into that when we can switch into the game window, which will probably happen right about... where is that now? There we go. That's probably much better for you guys. Right, so when it comes to settings, I noticed a few missing bits in graphic settings, and that is a post-processing that I always used. So sadly, we don't get realistic post-processing. Yikes. So the game will be in its more or less raw state, as you may call it. Also, some other changes to the settings has been made, so probably bloom intensity will be slightly different than it was before. I'm not sure about sunlight power. For now I set it at 0.8. Perhaps we will have to adjust it as we go. Bloom is on, as always. Skybox type, I can actually change that to... Let's try number 5. We'll see how it looks like. Sam Smoba, thank you very much. I do hope that I will feel better, because like honestly, throughout the entire week I've been obviously working, because formally I'm not in COVID situation, so basically I had to go to work with that light flu. Although light flu turns out to be a massive problem when you have to wear a mask for an entire day. So it's like, ooh, yeah, it's absolutely terrible to work in a mask and having like a runny nose and stuff. That's really annoying. Anyway, other than that, yeah, I feel great, at least today. So, guys, let's get back to settings. Yes. So when it comes to graphics settings, nothing else has changed. The game still works as it used to. I didn't get into Builder because I don't really make sceneries. Shortcut buttons, same as before. F1 to F12. You can configure that as you wish, so you can configure your quick messages. F5, F6, I wouldn't touch that. Those are very useful functions. Obviously screenshots, hide UI. So that stays the same. Game settings, nothing has changed. Everything is as it used to be. Main settings, yeah, nothing has changed here either. Obviously, you can always turn on and off the HUD, but yeah, that's not the changes that we were looking for. What else has changed? So, basically, the game's graphic engine has been updated to newer version, which means that there is no risk that the game won't be supported by Unity anymore. So that was the main change in this version. We will see some new examples of that, although they are hard to spot, because it mostly relates to how the graphics and lights act, and since the game has plenty of equipment that has old textures, you don't really get to see that too often. Jakieś coś, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time today. Right, where was I? Yes, so the update was mostly a technical one. However, there is a new rolling stock, not too much. We got some new wagons that I will be showcasing today. And I think there are some new liveries for some locomotives, but I couldn't find them yet. So my apologies for that. We will be using locomotive in old livery, but we will be pulling some new wagons. Right, so I guess it's time to jump into the game and drive some trains, isn't it? That's why we are all here. So, let's hop into multiplayer, driver mode, and I got my consist prepared. So we will be driving SM42. Tomek1410, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time today. Right, where was I? Yes, we will be driving SM42. I think that's the most appropriate locomotive for the rolling stock we will be using. I will be pulling one post office wagon, or yeah, postal service wagon, and 6 brand new passenger wagons that were added to the game. And that's it. I guess that is it. Stonka the best. Yes, it is indeed a very, very good locomotive. Although I really wish that the game would get some additional diesel locomotives, at least something more powerful that can reach 120 kilometers per hour. I think that would make most of those sceneries without catenary a little bit more popular. Right, anyway, let's copy our analysis and let's find appropriate station. So, Chermin, perhaps not. Let's see. Lublinek. Yeah. Level 6 dispatcher. I think this guy should do. So, can I join? Or I can't join. There we go. And here we are. Okay, we are stopped at the red signal. Let us sort out the locomotive. Okay. I need those. Definitely lights. Perfect. That looks good. Let's set up the camera. I think that's high enough. Yeah. That looks good. Konos Thomas, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time. Joanor711, hello, welcome to the stream. Just let me finish setup and I will answer your questions. I mean long. There we go. Perfect. Right, we are all set up inside. Let's set up outside view. There we go. That is the locomotive we are going to drive today. That's as far as I can go with the camera, I believe. Yeah, that should do. Perfect. Right. So, what's new? There is just a little bit of a new rolling stock. To be fair, developers focused mostly on changing the graphics engine. So it's still Unity, but it's a newer version. So the game doesn't run into a risk of not being supported by Unity anymore. So I would say this update is more like a technical one. As for new rolling stock, so we got some new liveries for, I think, SM42, however I couldn't find it. And we got a brand new wagons. Those ones. So, the wagons are informally called Riflak. Basically, it's a very, very old passenger wagon. And the new thing about them is that you can open the doors and you can get inside. You can also interact with these doors. You can open them, close. That's a new thing for the game, I'd have to say. There we go. I think you can close those doors as well. Perfect. One new thing about those wagons is the fact that you can actually ride in them. So, yes, other players can jump into your wagons and drive as a passengers. At this moment, only within a single scenery. So that's the huge limitation, but it is still a massive progress, considering that previously other players couldn't do that at all. Even if you were driving a consist that actually allowed players to get in, you couldn't carry them along the scenery because they would instantly be killed. There were no collisions, it wasn't configured properly. Those wagons are different, and you can do that. So it is an improvement. It is definitely more of a technical demo, I would say, but I really look forward to see how this will progress. Konos Thomas, unfortunately that is the only wagon that allows players to enter and travel in. Obviously EN57 and EN71 also allows players to enter inside, because since you can open the doors as a driver, like technically players can enter your vehicle, but they can't drive in it, or they can't ride in it as passengers. Hopefully at some point that will change. Obviously it requires a lot of time to adjust everything, but still this is a massive improvement. Oh yes, that's I think one of the changes. EN57 and EN71, which are electric multiple units, have some new sounds. I haven't tested that yet. It's pretty much the first time I'm starting the new update. I know it was available for testing earlier on, but it was mostly a single player test, so I haven't really tried it that much. But yes, I heard there are some new sounds added to them. I'm not sure about anything else, but there are still plenty of things to be discovered. When it comes to dynamic lights, Sam's Mobile, yes, definitely. SU45 and I'm not sure if there was SU46, but yeah, those would be a great addition to the game. But unfortunately, nobody has made them. And that's a huge problem. Right, I am still waiting for my timetable. It's gonna take some time. Not much is happening on this station, isn't it? Let's have a look. There is some other player. Are there dynamic lights? I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, the graphics engine supports that, but I believe that not every texture supports dynamic lighting. So I would assume that the new wagons will in fact support dynamic lighting. But many of the old rolling stock and many of the old items won't support dynamic light. So those changes are to be made probably in upcoming versions of the game, whenever the patch will drop. And that might take some time. Right, oh, we got a new timetable. Let's have a look at it. It's been a while since I requested that. Ooh. Okay, okay. That looks good. So we got Lublinek, Bargowice, Drzewko Wschodnie, Drzewko, Wyraj, Arkadia Zdrój, Krzemienice, Grabów Wieś, Grabów Miasto, Pociszew, Ozorków, and we are going to finish at Głowno. Yes, yes, that is reworked, and the game is now trying to determine where you are from by your IP, I believe. Because I never told the game where I am from. But yeah, they added flags. But that is like a very, very small change. Yes, I can speak Polish quite well. I had 33 years of practice. Right, anyway, let's jump back into our locomotive. Perfect. Our departure is in about 3 minutes. Oh, I see. Well, I guess they finally reworked that and decided that, yeah, it's probably much more visible to have actual flag of a country instead of a small box saying PL, EN, CZ, DA or something. So yeah, I think that's a good change. Right. About 1 more minute. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm really having a hard time focusing today. 6 minutes and it's downloaded. Okay, I hope you will enjoy it. Alright, I can see we have a signal. We need to wait until 11 past 7 before we can depart. So let's give it that 20 more seconds. And okay, let's get this bad boy on the move. And for some reason I can't go. I'm fairly sure. Oh, okay, now it is set. Okay, so we got some new sounds in SM42 as well. Now I can actually hear a power regulator. "12 megabits download speed." Yeah, that's pretty fast. Okay. I have to say that those new wagons are pretty heavy. Okay, regulator is at max. Perfect. Yeah, I have to say that new sounds make a lot of difference. Oops, I probably missed a sign before that railroad crossing. And we are approaching another one. Okay. Let's give this guy a thumbs up so I won't forget. Perfect. Okay, we are almost at timetable speed limit. There we go. We can let it coast. Beautiful. Okay, the next scenery is loading. Let's see if the new scenery will actually load before I reach it. That was a huge problem in previous versions. I'm not sure if it was resolved in this one. I do hope for it. There was definitely much less lag when the new scenery started to load. So there are some improvements. Yeah, I don't really see it. Yeah, I think we will see a loading screen. Yep. Okay, so they didn't manage to eliminate loading screens. Let's see how well the game will perform later on as we progress. Okay, we are now approaching Bargovice. We should be there within next 3 minutes approximately. Okay, it's going really good so far. Oop, I'm speeding a little bit. Perhaps, yeah, let's let it coast. That should do the job. I really love those new sounds. It's much easier to set the regulator if you can actually hear each time you set it to a different position. Okay, the next signal will be a stop signal. We are approaching the platforms. We can now slowly begin to brake. There we go. Almost there. Oh my goodness me. Someone ran over himself. How is this even possible? Oh, and we have a radio stop. I believe someone messed up. Yep. I'm having a feeling that visit at Bargovice will be very, very, very eventful. Looks like we have a troll in here. Most likely. That was inappropriate use of radio stop. There was no danger. Oh well. Right. I'm fairly sure we can release our brakes. Hello Marcel, welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time today. Right. Now the question is, oh, I think it will work now. Oops. Thank you, Raliev. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So. I was probably going on for past 5 minutes, not realizing that once more I muted my microphone to do something, so you won't hear ASMR of me blowing my nose or something, and probably I forgot to enable it. Thank you very much, Rally. I really appreciate that you are looking after that. Right, so it looks like we are stopped in here because Arcadia seems to be busy. I took a nice occasion or opportunity to take a screenshot. What was I also saying? Yeah, that's a perfect stop, as you can see. You can't stop even better, I can tell you that. Right. Did they fix a bug with the dispatcher not hearing engine sounds? I can't confirm or deny it because I haven't been dispatching since the new version was released. So I don't know. I really don't know. I hope they fixed it. But that is something that you need to check on your own. What are the reworked locos? Right, from the changelog that I just looked through really quick, I think they reworked EN57s and EN71s, at least some of them, with some new sounds. I think there is a new livery for SM42. Obviously those new wagons, some new graphic effects and settings. They removed some post-processing options. That's why, as you can see, the game doesn't have any post-processing at the moment, because I couldn't find anything that suits me, at least for now. And apart from that, I think it's mostly a technical update. There were some changes to SWDR4, but I haven't tested them yet, so I can't say if they are good or not. I think yes, EN57 and EN71 should have a little bit better sounds right now. Obviously they also added some new sounds to SM42. As you could hear, every time I changed my regulator, it actually clicked, so there are some new sounds to this one as well. I'm not sure about the engine. I can't really hear the difference. It's still diesel engine, and it still sounds like SM42 to me. Right, EU07, I think Sam Smoba mentioned that before. EU07 and ET41 has pretty much nothing that changed that user can see or hear, so basically no changes to those. Staszek TD2, the changes for SWDR are almost unnoticeable. I was just a dispatcher. Okay, so basically not much has changed to SWDR4 as well. I think some of the sceneries require SPE, but I'm not sure if that was working in the previous version already. I've never actually used SPE myself, so that's a new bit of software that simulates that electronic dispatch console a little bit better than SCS. But again, I haven't tested that myself, so small changes. Most of the changes relates to developers and how easy they can now introduce more changes. Although since the game is free and people are working on it like in their spare time, don't expect patches to start dropping every week or month. I believe that will still be like once a year or something. Double loco support. I believe nothing has changed in double loco support, which means that there is none. And oh, SPE was in the last version, and it's better than FCS. Yeah, I haven't tested that myself. I really need to lean over it and just have a look at it. Because yeah, I heard it has so much amazing functions. And like, yeah, it would be nice to jump into one of the signal box and give it a test. But I think my next dispatching session will happen on... Well, I won't disclose which station that will be, but it's gonna be a mechanical signal box. At least that's what I'm planning to do. When? I don't know, but it's gonna happen soon. I got such plans for quite a while. SP is way more realistic. Yeah, like definitely I would need to learn it a bit before I will start streaming it, but yeah, it sounds fair. Right, looks like we will catch a massive delay. Because in the screenshots there were some changes in ET, because the ET double loco had only back loco from pantograph up. I don't know about this. I think they posted a change log on the forums. You might actually check that, and perhaps they mentioned that. Yeah, as I said, I just took a quick glance over change log because I expected mostly technical update, and that's what it is. So any changes that may have been done to any of rolling stock, apart from adding like new stuff, will be just cosmetic. Yeah. So new sounds. It's really hard to notice new sounds, especially when you are partially deaf, like me. I guess. So yeah. Right, so it's gonna be day full of delays. Yes, 53 trains, 34 dispatchers. Wow. If I remember correctly, when I started the game today, those numbers were much lower, so definitely it's gonna be busy. That's a nice change, isn't it? Yeah, recently things were just going too smooth. So I don't mind. I personally don't mind. Although, I could use a quick break. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna jump back into the cabin. Let's contact with the dispatcher. Let's first speak with the dispatcher if that's a big problem. Can I send link for the forum? I'm fairly sure that in description of this stream there is a link to main game website where you can find a link to the forums. If you go to download section and try to download simulator, it will actually send you to the forum. So it is in description of this video. Right, guys, I will be back in 5 minutes. Alright, alright, alright. I'm back. Right, it looks like we are still held at the signal and perhaps, yeah. I believe I will be held at the signal even longer because I might have missed my chance to get to Arcadia. Oh well. Oh, I see. 1409 will go first, which is reasonable since this is an express service. And then I will follow. Oh, okay, 1409 is on its way already. That's perfect. Let's check the brakes. Brakes are off. Everything should be set. Yeah. Very good. Right, so let's take this quick opportunity to check new graphics settings. So, currently I'm running with no post-processing. So, perhaps if I would give it movie. No, I don't really like movie. Movie 5. Oh, come on, give me a break. That looks awful. Movie 2. Oh, we got some progress, but it still looks bad. UE. No. Horror. No, come on, give me a break. Horror 2. Yeah, it looks like horror. Camera. No. Camera. Nope. Autumn. Okay, there is some progress, but still the colors are not good. Autumn. Let's have a look at this. Okay, it looks a bit dark, but in my opinion, that might actually be pretty good, isn't it? Let's have a look at this. What do you guys think? That is autumn. Post-processing. Like, I know it won't look as realistic profile from previous versions, but I think it's not that bad. Let me know in the comments down below if you are watching this post stream, or if you are on the chat, let me know if you like this post-processing. It's a bit dark, but I think I could try and adjust it. Stashik, I'm taking over Jeffco next after the current dispatcher. He might meet if he doesn't send you low. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what time current dispatcher is going to finish. Is he finishing now at 8? Because I'm fairly sure that I'm gonna be sent really soon, since that express train is really having it. I don't know, I think it's a bit dark. It's not that bad. Yeah, so he will probably try and send me out before that happens. Right, let me check if changing sunlight power to 110 will... Okay, it is making it brighter. So perhaps if I would set sunlight power to... Okay, that starts to look pretty nice. 1.6. I don't know. What do you guys think? It is a bit dark, yes. Dark elements are darker. Perhaps if I would increase bloom. Let's see. 0.4. Nah, that is really not making any difference, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think bloom is actually working with this post-processing. Yeah, kinda dark, yes, I agree. It's a bit dark in places. I really hope somebody will make a realistic one or something that looked similar to realistic in previous version, because I really enjoyed it. Autumn, I think that's the only post-processing I can turn on effectively. Like, the rest of them are absolute rubbish. Or at least they are not for me. But yeah, Autumn seems to be working pretty well. Some colors are changed. Okay, we got signal. So I guess it would be wise to not hold on to it. Let's give a thumbs up to Art 1. Okay, and it's time for me to depart. Right, so for now I will be using Autumn, and guys, let me know if you like it or if you prefer me to turn off post-processing at all. Because, like, personally, yeah, Autumn doesn't look that bad. It's not absolutely terrible. And in my opinion, it looks slightly better than a base game textures. Like, it at least has that realistic vibe. Okay, view is reset. Let's fly it. Right, so the next stop is Virai. We were supposed to be there 20 minutes ago. But that is not going to happen. Yeah, I think Autumn looks pretty good. It's a bit too dark. The Greek Zeus, hello! Welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time today. My goodness me. Things are falling off. Oh, okay, it was just my keys. That scared me. Right, what about optimization? It feels a little bit better. So definitely the moment when you are about to switch sceneries, that's when you feel that the optimization kicks in. Like, in previous version, even on high-end machines, the game would basically stop for like 2-3 seconds. I didn't notice things to be that bad in this version. Yes, the game still shutters for like a half a second or something, but it's not as bad as it used to be. So I believe there is some improvement. There are still those micro shutters from time to time. I'm not sure if you can notice that on the stream, but yeah, you can from time to time see that the game needs to load some extra things. Okay, this scenery, yeah, it took fairly short time to actually kick in. So there is slight improvement on that. But to be honest, it doesn't really make that much of a difference for me, since, like, in order to stream you still need to have a little bit better rig, so again, like, I don't feel too much of a difference myself. Didn't make it. Yeah, that element is still not fixed, so you will still eventually see loading screens. perhaps in later versions that will be adjusted. So now let's see, when I connect to the station, is it gonna lag heavily? Okay, there is a little bit of a lag when the previous scenery was unloading, but it didn't took that long. It was just like a micro shatter for a second, and that's it. In previous version, I remember like that could last for like 2-3 seconds. So again, changes are here. I also noticed that the glass is actually imitating a reflections of some sort, so there are some changes. I'm not sure if that was in the previous versions as well, but it feels like, yeah, the glass is doing something with the sounds. Okay, we are approaching the next station. Let's let it coast. We should lose some speed. So we are now approaching Virai. Well, Mr. Google, yes, from technical standpoint, this is a huge change. Okay, I'm gonna try and fit into this platform, although I started to brake a little bit too late. Right, we managed to stop, which is good. Whoop. That was close. My goodness me. Oh, that was so close. Right, let me just take a nice screenshot, because I actually like this bit. There we go. Oh, hey, I'm rolling back. No, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. My goodness me. This is no good. Right. Yeah, it was a bit dangerous to jump off my train. Yeah, just look at this platform. Come on, guys. Yeah, like my passengers definitely won't enjoy that. Anyway, let's get on the move before the dispatcher will be angry at me. There we go. They changed that to like 1.5 seconds. I mean, if I remember correctly, EN57 and EN71 doors, like, yeah, they in real life, they also took some time to react, so for me it wasn't a problem to wait that 3 to 5 seconds, or like, it didn't definitely took 10 seconds. So I don't think that it was that bad. Right, we are heading to Arcadia Zdrój. SN Gamers, hello, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time today. Love from India. Yes. That's very far away. My goodness me, this locomotive is really struggling with this cargo. Well, with this cargo, with this passenger train. Although, yeah, it's a pretty long consist for SM42. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, look, one of the passengers is actually looking out. Ooh, that's new, isn't it? Somebody is actually sticking hand outside of the train. This is not safe. Although it's hard to say that what I did on the previous station was safe. When I jumped right in front of a train, nearly got run over myself. That would be the first time, isn't it? Come on, Loco. I'm fairly sure you can do better. Yeah, I think that's all the juice it has. But we are getting there. We are definitely getting there. I think developers also did something with the lightning and how it reacts with the trucks. It looks much better now. Oh yeah, those are old semaphores. I need to be on the lookout for that. I forgot that's a thing at Arcadia Zdrój. Okay, that's the platforms. I'm approaching very slow. Let's give it a bit of a brakes, so that I can actually stop at the platform. Okay, exit signal is given, so I don't have to worry about Isn't Rajcha tomato in English? No, it isn't. Not at all. Okay, I'm gonna stop a little bit further because my train is a bit longer than it is supposed to be for that station. Perhaps that was a bit of a harsh braking. Let me just set the brakes so I won't roll back. Let's see. Okay, yeah, post office guys can deal with this stuff. And I think that all the wagons actually managed to fit for a change. Yeah. Yeah, but that, Mr. Google, that's in Czech language, unfortunately. Yeah, that is... That is not tomato. Right, okay, so I technically could have stopped closer to the market and I should have fit, but yeah, that's still pretty good. Post office guys can deal with only one doors. Okay, two. Yeah, that's perfectly fine for me. Right, I think it's enough of delays. We can now carry on with our journey. So that was Arcadia Zdrój. Next stop, Krzemienice. Technically, we are one station behind on our schedule, looking at the times. Also, at Krzemienice, we will be jumping onto a single track. So that's very interesting. Let's give a thumbs up to the dispatcher. Let's keep our speed at 40. Because that's the upcoming speed limit. Okay, now it goes back to 60. There we go. Oh. That's the 40 zone, I believe. Yeah, you can actually feel it, like the train is leaning. My goodness me. Yeah, definitely that place needed that 40. Okay, I believe we are good to speed up all the way to 60. Yeah, definitely this locomotive is not powerful enough for the consist I've chosen. Perhaps for the next journey I could... The scenery looks so differently. Yes, it looks so differently because I'm using different post-processing than I used before. There we go, finally I can feel like we are gaining some speed, although not fast enough. Yeah, definitely this loco is struggling with the weight of that consist. And that's only 357 tons. Come on, Arrow, come on. Yeah, jump higher, jump higher. There we go. Sorry for that, some coughing ASMR for you. Oh, there we go, the next scenery is finally loading. Yeah, the regulator is at full, so I can't add any more throttle. I don't think this... yeah, there is no shunt control. Why would it be in diesel engine? So we are slowly gaining speed, but it's gonna take a while, obviously, since we are driving SM42. And that's why this game really needs, like, SU45 at least. That would really improve the game. But I wish I could actually model. I would probably model that. Yeah, but I'm terrible at modeling, so that still would take ages. Anyway, we are now heading to Krzemienice. Yeah, we will be super late. Let's say hello. FOV. I'm not sure if you can actually adjust FOV in this game. I mean, technically you can always drive it zoomed in if you want to make it even worse. Oh, there we go. Next semaphore will be displaying a stop signal. Okay, I guess I stopped a little bit too soon. I will pull in just slightly closer to the signal. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening on this station, but... yeah, definitely there's gonna be some delay. Looks like dispatcher is maneuvering a train through the station, so... it will take a while before we will get entry signal. Okay, that should be enough. Oh! Never mind. We actually got a permission just before I stopped, so that's fine. Let's go into the platforms. So that should be Krzemienica. Okay, I can now let it coast. We should have enough momentum to roll into the platforms. They are not that far. Oh wow, everyone is rushing. Oh wow, really nervous dispatcher, I believe. Marcel, wow, so that's your intercity. Nice, nice. Okay, let's have a quick peek on your train. Okay, yeah. That is a nice and fine selection of the wagons. I can see I got exit signal, but mandatory 60 seconds applies. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Ooh, you got restaurant wagon. Perfect. And first class. 2 wagons. Perfect. Really nice consist. I like it. Right. Let's allow a few seconds for the passengers and a quick stop for a screenshot. There we go. We got another screenshot from our trip. Right. Since this dispatcher is very nervous, let's carry on. Okay, we got 60. Yeah, he is very stressed. I believe all those delays are getting into it. Just don't worry about him. Okay, and off I go to a single track route. Fantastic. Okay. And actually, I can go straight to my timetable speed limit. It's gonna take a while before I reach it, if I ever will, with that locomotive. Well, that's weird. Are you actually delayed, or are you supposed to leave in front of me? Because I believe you should. Because I'm not only delayed, but I'm also lower class of train. So it depends on your timetable and what time you should leave. If we were both delayed, your class of the train is still a priority over me. So I'm not sure You should depart at 27. Yeah, so that was a huge mistake from a dispatcher. He should have held me at the platform and let you go. Unless, if we are going to a different sceneries and he can't secure a route for you, but he can secure a route for me with another scenery, then technically, while from your perspective it is a mistake, because it is wiser to send a train that he can actually let go. So I'm not sure what's the SWDR situation, because we are talking about single track sceneries, so it's much harder to get a route. But yes, practically he made a mistake, because he should have let you go first, if possible, obviously. Okay, speed limit will go down to 60. And this thing is getting banned. Thank you very much. I don't want my Twitch to be part of the bots. I really need to get a mod for my Twitch streams. Honestly, like... Sorry guys about that bot posting something. Don't click on those links. Unfortunately, I can't get rid of it on YouTube chat. And Restream didn't manage to catch that because those bots are using normal usernames. I will look into it, Marcel. Thank you for offer. Yeah, I think I will make an announcement about like moderators for both chats, because yeah, catching those bots before Restream will actually repost things to YouTube is quite essential, and I can't moderate. Well, I can't observe both chats at the same time, so I'm usually watching YouTube chat. And if something gets posted on Twitch chat, I will see it only after Restream bot will already post it. I'm not sure if I can actually... Yeah, on Restream I can't moderate anything, and I can't delete messages. Or maybe... Oh, there we go. This guy was added to block, and perhaps Restream deleted its own comment. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, it didn't delete it. I would have to block entire Restream bot on my YouTube chat, which, yeah, you know, that won't work. Right, anyway, let's say hello to the dispatcher. I'm doing 60, perfect. I got green light, which I almost missed. Is that a platform? Yes, I think we are approaching a platform, isn't it? Yeah, those are platforms. My goodness me. That is Grabów Mieś. Grabów Wieś. There we go. There we go, just a tiny bit longer. Perfect. Okay. We will make a quick stop here. Right, coming back to what I was saying. Yes, I will definitely make a appropriate post on my Discord about chat moderators. And we'll see who will volunteer. Because that would be very, very useful. There we go. That's a very narrow platform, isn't it? Well, but at least my train managed to fit. Yeah. Right. Let's not hold the traffic. We can perhaps make a longer stop at Grabów Miasto, although I believe with such a delay I won't be able to. There we go. Okay, we got 40 or 60 km/h speed limit on next semaphore, so we can let it coast. We are pretty much traveling at the correct speed. Mostly. I believe. Can I actually... Okay, next signal is 40, so I need to give it a touch on the brakes. That should be enough. I also like it. It's really nice update. It's really nice to see a refreshed version of Train Driver 2. Obviously some things that are very hard to spot were fixed. Some new things showed up in the game, so it's really nice to have something new, even if it's just a little bit. Right, we are approaching the station. Yeah, there's gonna be delays everywhere, isn't it? After this one, I will try to get another timetable, because I'm really having fun driving today. With all those delays and with all those issues on the tracks, it actually gets really, really fun. But I will continue with the same consist, and perhaps, if we are lucky, we might get a route to one of those sceneries without catenary, which would actually make things even better. We are not visiting those sceneries that often, so that's a nice change. Okay, I'm now slowly coasting to to the platform. Well, no wonder, Marcel. It's a patch day, yeah. It's always busy. Although, I'm really glad that this game is not that popular at times, yeah. So days like today, I would expect servers to be ram-packed to the brim. In any other game, in Train Driver 2, it's like, yeah, okay, we got a normal day, yeah. A bit busier than usual, but it's pretty much a normal day. Yeah, it's like few dispatchers. I don't know why they are getting nervous over a game. At the end of the day, yes, there are stressful situations where you have multiple trains waiting, everyone wants to go and they have to wait. I believe he was also annoyed by a person that was asking if he has to wait for an hour. Well, if it's in your timetable, then I'm afraid you will. Anyway, we made to a stop at Gramów Miasto. There we go. That's another perfect stop, isn't it? I'm kinda starting to like this post-processing. It is a bit too dark, especially for recording. Oh my goodness me, if I would record a video from Train Driver, definitely I can't use this post-processing because it's super dark. Just look at this. You can't see anything, isn't it? So some changes needs to be made. Let me try something. If I would go to 1.8 lightning, let's resume. That's, yeah, not too much of a difference. But perhaps if I would adjust my skybox. Nope. Perhaps bloom 5. Let's see. Not much of a difference, to be honest. Yeah. It doesn't really affect this post-processing that much. Right. We are still held at the signal, and I believe that situation might last for a while, because the next station is Chociszew. We will be traveling along a single track route, so obviously delays will be much bigger on those, especially today. Right, so I guess we will have to wait. Oh, what is going on? What is going on? I'm fairly sure somebody did Oh, okay, 2 trains arrived on the same route. Yikes. Looks like there are some dispatchers today that make massive delays, and they are causing it by doing things like that. Right, so now we survived a radio stop, so I believe my train also got affected. So what I'm gonna do, I will release my brakes. Okay. And I will apply a locomotive brake. There we go. Spectacular. Yes, 2 radio stops during 1 trip. That's what you get. on a patch day, yeah? Literally, a patch day. Well, I guess I'm gonna be delayed. Massively delayed. Yeah, somebody made a huge mistake. I'm not sure who, but one of the dispatchers yeah, we got 488-400 arriving from signal key at signal GRMG, final stop. And we got 63190 arriving. Is it 63244 arriving from the same direction? Oh my goodness me! Oh wow, that could have ended up being a massive disaster. Especially that the first train to arrive was a freight train. And the question is, was it a mistake from one of the dispatchers, or perhaps one of the trains was driving through offline mode and there was no dispatcher? Wow. That is an interesting turn of events. Obviously, I believe that no longer than 2 hours from now, you will be able to see a complaint about this particular situation on the forums, because such situation should never happen. There should never be a situation where two trains arrive from the same route at the same time, pretty much. And the difference between those two trains was like just a couple of seconds, yeah? It was less than a minute, probably. So they were very close from disaster, especially that the second train to arrive was a passenger train, much faster than a freight train. Oops. 51908 for some reason passed red signal with a speed of 40. Whether the route was set or was it planned? Was it not planned? Wow, it looks like it's very eventful station, isn't it? To be honest, it does make the game experience a bit funnier. Yes, situations like that may happen only in multiplayer simulators. You won't get that in Train Sim World 2. You won't get like drivers to accidentally, or well, most likely accidentally pass the red signal, yeah? Because those simulators are like, because they are commercial, they need licenses for everything. And obviously, because of the licenses, railway companies or like, let's say, producers or designers of the locomotives doesn't really allow the game to have certain functions. Yeah, same as in many of race games, you won't see actual damages to the car. Yeah, because nobody wants their car to be damaged, even virtually, on a racetrack, on a virtual racetrack, because they know how players will act. Yeah, so players will eventually try and break things on purpose. That's why games like GTA 5 or the whole GTA series doesn't have any licensed cars. Because in order to make things realistic and simulate damages to the cars when they hit each other, you can't have licensed cars. That just won't work. Okay, we got train arriving. Ooh, there is another train. Where is this guy going? Perfect. Oh wow. We got a lot of movement on every station. I like it. I really like it. It's nice to see every station to be so busy that you catch delays, even though delays are never like nice thing to encounter. But the fact that yes, there is some movement, it's really nice to see. The game was becoming a little bit dead in past few weeks, but the new patch is just stirring things up. Obviously, when the players will realize, oh, there were not that many changes, some of them will eventually stop playing or they will play a little bit less, but today it's really, really nice. I love it. Right. Is it normal to have two trains at one platform in Poland? No, that is not normal at all. Unlike UK, where, let's say, on the lead station, A platform has something called sectors. So on a single platform along a same track, there are, let's say, 2 or 3 sectors. Oh, we can actually depart. Let me just fully depart and then I will finish the sentence. Right, so unlike Leeds Station, where in UK, where you got like 2 or 3 sectors, I can't remember, and basically that allows 3 different trains to be stopped along the same platform, and even on a timetable they basically inform you, okay, this train will arrive at platform 2 sector 3, yeah, and there will be like short local train with 2 or 3 carriages, yeah. So it can actually fit between like crossing points that are along the platform, and basically it works like a base in like a bus stop or something, yeah. In Poland I've never seen such things. One platform is only one track and designed for one train, unless there are some maneuvers, and let's say there is a train stopped and there is maneuvering loco that is pushing extra wagons to attach to the train. That is the only occasion when 2 trains should happen at the same track, when there's like special maneuvers involved. But during normal drive, no, there is no such thing as 2 trains at the same platform. They can be on the opposite sides of the same platform, because in Poland platforms are numbered differently. So let's say the whole pathway is a platform and it's divided between track 1 and 2, let's say, yeah. So that's slight difference. So yes, technically when it's announced, it will be saying, let's say, the train A will arrive at platform 1 track 1 and train B will arrive at platform 1 track 2, yeah, but they are not along the same edge of the platform. Right, let's speed up. Oh yeah, we also have, there's also switches in Poland on some platforms, like right behind the platform edge or even on the platform itself, so the train can actually, or the locomotive can fly around really quick. But that applies only to some platforms, yes. Okay, let's ease off on the regulator. Oh, I'm actually speeding a little bit too much. I'm not sure if... No, the tracks are fairly even. Perhaps that will be enough throttle to keep us at more or less stable speed. Yeah, that looks good. Or maybe not. Snooky Brot, hello! Welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time today. There we go. Okay, so we are about to arrive at Ozorków. The next stop is Chociszew. It shouldn't be far away. That's very good. I'm glad you are having a great day. Mine is getting better and better as well. Oh, here's Dorleon. I think I remember this dispatcher. Ah, just made it. Oh, there we go. We will have to slow down to 60. Okay, we are coasting now. Let's give it a touch on the brakes. Because I believe that the next signal will display 40. Can I actually see it? Yeah, that's going to be 40. Okay, we can now ease off on the brakes. Are we still... Oh, we are actually speeding. Okay, okay, the speed is increasing, which means we are going downhill. Let's give it a touch more on the brakes. Sound signal. Just a tiny bit more brakes. Perfect. We should actually stop at the right spot. Although, yeah, I might ease off on the brakes for a while. Not for long, as I'm already at the platform. Okay, now we can increase braking power and try and balance it. Just a tiny bit more. Let's crawl to that sign. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. Yeah, that should do. And we are stopped. Are we? Come on, come on, come on. Not fully stationary. There we go. Beautiful. We have arrived. So our passengers can do their thing. We can also get in ourselves. There we go. Wow, that's really dark, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder if there are any light switches. I don't see any. Light switch, please? No? Okay. There we go. Yeah, this post-processing is a little bit too dark for me. It looks nice, but it's way too dark. Right, let's depart from Chociszew. Now we are heading towards Ozorków Nowe Miasto. Okay, we got 40 kilometers per hour at this signal and full track speed at the next one. Although I believe not for long. There we go. We are gaining some speed. Perfect. We are pretty much doing exactly 70. Let's check our exact speed. 66 kilometers per hour. That's fine. And we are now approaching our next station. There we go. Okay, as always, I've been braking a little bit too harsh too early. Okay, and we are fully stationary. Ozorków Nowe Miasto. Yeah. That was a bit early stop. Ooh. Oops. Hey, what? Why are you moving? Stop. There we go. I order you to stop. Okay. At least I know I shouldn't release the brakes too early. My goodness me. That wasn't good. Yeah, it's a bit dark, isn't it? Yeah. I guess for the next trip we will go back to normal post-processing settings. Those doesn't look too bad. They are a little bit too dark though. There we go. We got a passenger that decided to stick their hands through the window. Interesting. Right, let's carry on so that we won't block this track forever. Next stop, Ozorków. We are, wow, good half an hour late. Hello Nico, welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great time today. Please keep your hands and arms inside the train at all times. Yes. That's a very, very useful advice. Thank you very much. For a second I thought it's a red signal, but thankfully it's not. Ooh, tuning in from work, first day back after the LFC. How was it, Nico? How was BLFC for you? Did you enjoy it? There we go, that's another station. Okay, I guess that was a good stop. Right, looks like our route is currently blocked, so we will have to wait at this station for a little bit longer than expected. Right, we will have to wait. Signal is back there, obviously displaying red. Oh, you had absolutely fantastic experience. It was kind of not entirely what you expected, but yeah. That's good. I'm glad you had a great time in there. I really wish I could go to any of the cons myself, but yeah, probably, well, most likely it won't happen next year. I won't make it to any cons. But who knows, maybe in 2023 I might be able to finally visit my first con. That would be nice. I was supposed to do that last year, but unfortunately COVID happened. And it ruined everything. Oh, there we go. Someone left a new wagons here. Yeah, I think I need to change that post-processing. You can't see anything. It looks nice when you play alone, but like when you want to showcase something, like you can barely see those wagons and I'm standing like 25 meters away from them. Right, let me just change that. It's annoying. Too bad. There is no good post-processing right now, so let's make it normal. There we go. That looks a bit more visible, although it looks much worse, isn't it? Like, general look of this scenery is like, okay, the autumn made it look realistic but too dark, and this thing makes it look like rubbish. What con do you think it will be? Well, most likely I will visit, what is that called? My goodness me, I even forgot how that British con is named. Was it Confuzzled? Oh, there we go. Yes, I will probably try and visit Confuzzled in 2023. I won't make it to 2022. I didn't even sign in for a ticket or something, and I don't really have funds for that, so yeah, that would be a little bit too expensive. But yeah, perhaps in 2023 my situation will be much better and I will be able to book a tickets for it. Right, I need to adjust a few more things. First of all, that needs to go down because it makes game a little bit too bright. There we go, that's much better. Yeah, that looks much better. Perfect. Bloom also works pretty fine. Okay, yeah. Right, I guess we will stay in this settings because, like, yeah, autumn. It looked nice, but you couldn't see anything. Like, on that post-processing, when I was standing pretty much that far away from those wagons, they are too dark. And like you can't see anything. You can't see all that. Look at those details. Looky bro, that's a setting I would like to have in real life. Sunlight power on these hot summer days would be always like 5%. I mean, I wonder how dark we can make this game. So if we drop it, 0.6, let's see how dark it is. Not much of a difference, to be honest. Right. And perhaps Skybox 7. Ooh, that looks really nice. Skybox 0. That's a bit brighter. Skybox 1. That's a clean day. I don't like it. Oh, that's a bit darkish. It looks like early evening. That is very bright, isn't it? And it's on minimal sun. That's actually... That actually looks pretty nice. That was 4. We've been using that for a while. Yeah, let's stick to number 3. So we got some light coming from those clouds, and it makes game look pretty good. Well, as good as it can look without post-processing, but unfortunately there is no realistic post-processing for some reason, and I'm not happy about it, because I was always using that. Like literally always. Every single of my videos had realistic post-processing, and I loved it. Unfortunately, this one is not entirely what I like. But when it comes to balance between lighting and visibility, yeah, I think that's the best one. Okay, some new wagons. You can turn off end signals. There we go. Let's see if they are turned on the other side. Yeah, they are turned off. Perfect. You can also enter those. Yeah. Oh, look, there are some passengers inside. Oh, look at them. They are kissing. Okay, let's not disturb them. Yeah, I guess some passengers are slightly misplaced. Pretty much every single one of them, yeah? They sit very weird. Oh, there's no one in here. They might have overslept the last stop, yeah. I believe so, but, well, normally, like a conductor would go along entire consist and wake up everyone. Why? What? Why don't you let me? Silly doors. Okay, I guess there is no more permission to get this. There we go. We have to enter the wagon from the side. Yeah. I like how they did like a random passenger placement. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Like it never happened before in any of those wagons, but obviously you can't get through those. Yeah. Oh, there we go. We managed to squeeze in, but we are blocked. But it's nice that you can actually open doors at the very end of the consist and have a nice look. Let me just... Where's that? Why there is invisible wall? Oh, there we go. You can jump through it. Nice one. I wonder... No, I can't jump through. Okay, that's still nice. Right, the question is, are these doors closing on their own? Oh, look, and signals turned on. Why is that? Why did that reset? Oh, okay, these doors are actually closing on their own. That's nice. Yeah, signal is still red. I guess we'll be waiting on this platform for quite a while. And there's nothing we can do. Right, so in that case, guys, I'm gonna take a very, very short break. I think that's appropriate. So I'm gonna... Oh, free. Oh, never mind. Sure. Okay. Right, guys, so I'm gonna take 5 minutes break and I'll be back with you really, really soon. Alright, 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 everyone. I'm back. So, let's see what happened. Raliev, oh, thank you very much for watching me. Thank you very much for staying, and well, have a good evening. Craig Kipling, hello, welcome to the stream, and I hope you will have a great time today. Right, I believe that this is a green signal. Yes, this is a green signal, so we can release the brakes and get this bad boy on the move. All the way to our final destination, which will be Główno, where we will request a new timetable. Because why not? Yeah. Today is a really nice day in Train Driver 2, and it would be a shame to lose it. Oh, there we go. We need to give a sound signal. Perfect. Yes, Nookie Brute. Exactly. Every time I take a short break, something happens. I get a clearance for the route or something. It's like a massive shame, isn't it? Right, let's give a thumbs up to the dispatcher. We can now fly it all the way to 70 kilometers per hour. Also, I just noticed, Aussie, thank you very much for follow on Twitch. That's really nice of you. Yeah, unfortunately I probably missed that notification. But welcome to the stream. I hope you will have a great day today. Right, so finally, with 40 minutes delay, we are on our way to our last and final destination for this particular service. Wow, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Like, it's been ages since I got so much delay with a normal passenger train. Obviously, like 2 streams ago, I had some delays with fast passenger train, but that's normal. Back then I was traveling along 224 kilometer long route. So yeah, delays happen on those. Quite a lot, I'd say. Okay, we can ease it off on the accelerator. We have reached our timetable speed limit. Oh, we actually exceeded that just slightly. Yeah, we are speeding a little bit too much. Let's give it a touch on the brakes. There we go. Oh, that was a weird sound glitch. There we go. Oh wow, there's so many railroad crossings here. Alright, new scenery is loading. Perfect. Let's let it coast. And that should be good. Yeah. There we go. The next scenery is now loading properly. Hello, hello, Craig Kipling. I guess I already said that. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There we go. We have finally arrived. So let's say hello to the dispatcher. Let's see how's our route. I'm fairly sure it's all set up all the way to Główno. Right, so there we go. Analysis sent. So hopefully we will soon get a new timetable. We are slightly speeding. There we go. That's much better. Craig Kipling. Yes, this game is on PC. If you open the description of the video, it is available for free. You can just register, download and play it. In the description there should be a link to the game's website. Sadly, parts of the website might still be in Polish, but using Google browser you may be able to translate the web page to English. If you need any help with how to start in the game or how to install the game, you can refer to one of my previous videos. It is added to the playlist called Train Driver 2, where I explain how to register and install the game for the first time. I think back then I did it for the previous version of the game. Today we are playing brand new release, but everything should be pretty much exactly the same. Ooh, I overshot a little bit. Although not a big deal, because it looks like we are going to head onto another route almost right away. There we go. I can already see our signal changed. So let's allow our passengers to board. Yeah, I overshot a little bit. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna cut myself a slack. Yeah, I managed to fit all the wagons into the platform, and even the postal services, like, I think they won't complain too much. Okay, that might be a little bit on the edge, but they'll be fine moving those packages, yeah? I'm fairly sure they will. Right, anyway, let's jump back into the cabin, because we can now depart. There we go, we are now moving again. Exactly measured out, yes. That is an art of a perfect stop, isn't it? Right, so what do we have in our timetable? We got Kamień Łowicki, Domaniewice. Okay, two stations at Domaniewice, in fact. Grudze, Kleszczów, Żory, Szczejkowice, Rybgotartowic, okay, Czermin. And we will finish at Arkadia Zdrój. Wow. That's gonna be very interesting. Okay, we are approaching a railroad crossing. Now I need to observe both sides of the track, because sometimes those signs are placed on the left, which is not exactly appropriate for Polish railways. Look both sides before crossing the road. Yeah, that's probably an advice you would give to someone who is trying to cross my road. There we go. Another railway crossing. Beautiful. Okay, we can now let it coast. Okay, perhaps a little bit of throttle just to keep our speed. Also, Black Vulture, welcome to the stream. I think that's the first time I see you chatting today, so welcome. I hope you will have a great time. You've got plenty of crumple area in front. Yes, I do. The problem is that probably if I would hit something, that what's inside that big nose would move into my cabin, so I don't think that would be the most comfortable experience ever. Having like 20-ton diesel engine crush your cabin. Okay, we are approaching our first stop, which is Kamiłowicki. So let's let it coast. A car will only boop your big nose. Yeah, a car will, but a lorry, I don't think lorry would leave only a scratch. Not on this locomotive. It's not one of those American ones where they weight like 80, 90 tons. This is a light maneuvering locomotive or shunting locomotive, mostly. At least that's what it was designed for. Obviously, later on it was repurposed for some passenger duties along smaller routes. But the main purpose of those locomotives was to shunt things along the yards, so they are really not designed to crash into things. Okay, and that's another perfect stop. A little bit on a harsh side, but well, I guess I will take it, and my passengers will also have to do that. Yeah, look, exactly at the sign. Perfect. That is the description of perfection. And I believe that entire train managed to fit. I don't know how, you don't ask me, but yeah, this long train managed to actually fit into the platform. Woohoo! And it's not the longest one, from what I can see. Everyone's safe? Yeah, everyone's fine. Perfect. Okay. Let's... Ooh, I want to close these ones. It's really hard to aim in those doors. You can accidentally actually open the doors inside. Okay, I guess it's time for us to go. Okay, so that was Kamiłowicki. Next stop is Domaniewicz Centrum. Oh, we are slightly late, but I guess if I will go a tiny bit faster than last time, I might be able to make up some time. I guess today it would be appropriate to say up to 3 hours, it's not a delay. I'm gonna extend my normal period from 30 minutes to 3 hours. Because I don't know what's gonna happen during this trip. Last trip was supposed to take us approximately 2 hours. It took us nearly 3. And this trip is supposed to take us approximately 1 hour, and it will probably take around 2. Can bring extra passengers in the front railing. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't risk that. I mean, there is an option for a person to actually stand on the railing and attach himself to, I think, front steps. A timetable is merely a suggestion to train crew. Well, yeah, you can say that at some point. Although, for a passengers, that is actual part of their plans or travel plans very often. So yeah, as a passenger, I wouldn't like to have my train delayed by an hour. sometimes even 5 minutes bothers me. So, like, yeah, it's... Obviously, everyone is trying to run their timetables on time, but it doesn't apply to me. Welcome to the worst railways ever. You can expect delays. No refunds. Okay, we are approaching Domaniewicz Centrum. (1910s) Italy. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with Italy at all. Although I can't remember what was the brand of diesel engines used in SM42. Whether those were Fiat engines or... can't remember. Oh yes, Nookie Brute. I totally agree. I get to enjoy it much more than my passengers will. Ooh. That's gonna be a late stop. Or maybe... Okay, that was perfect. Mussolini made the trains run on time. Perhaps, yeah. I can't remember any of his achievements. But he definitely did have some. People liked him for some reason. At least at some point. There we go. I think everything fits. Okay, almost. Last wagon. Why you not fit? Right, chat, can we count it as a yes, it fits? Like, at least one of the doors reached the platform. Okay, never mind. Right, let's act like we never seen that. Let's carry on. Right, so that was Domaniewicz. We are now heading to Grudze. Oh no, that was Domaniewicz Centrum. And the next stop is Domaniewicz. There we go. Just jump in, commuters have legs. Yeah, that's true. But they also usually carry quite heavy luggage, and you don't want to jump off a train, even stationary one, having like 20-kilogram bag on your back or in your hand. That is definitely not helping. Yeah, some of them. Some of them definitely have arms. Oh, there we go. The next speed limit is 60. Okay, let's fly it. Well, Black Vulture, the difference between Marine and like a passenger of a train is that Marine is practicing that maneuver quite often, while passengers are not used to jump off the UH-1. Ooh, am I being sent onto the left track? Yes, I am. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not entirely a correct setting. I should be on the right. I mean, that sentence seems to be quite true for UK, providing the ticket prices. Like, yeah, you definitely need to have a heavy wallet. Right, we need to stop in front of that signal. Oh, never mind. Thank you, kind dispatcher, for changing that signal before I managed to stop. Okay, there we go. Passengers can now do their thing. We managed to fit. Yay. I mean, sometimes on some stations, I think I mentioned about that in my last stream, how I used to travel by train to a town called Szczebrzeszyn. Quite difficult name to pronounce for people that doesn't know Polish. It's a really nice small town in eastern Poland, but obviously it was also built within like an eastern standards, and the platform was super short, so every time this train arrived at this station, obviously large part of the train was sticking out. And if you were traveling in one of the last carriages, then yeah, you had to make a jump. Right, we can now depart. Nookie Brutes. Yeah, that's a sad part about UK. You usually, well, they have the oldest railways in the world, in fact, because effectively the first railways happened to be, I think, railway between Liverpool and Manchester. I think that's the oldest railway in the world. Basically, like, yeah, they have so much history when it comes to railways, and like their trains are expensive, slow, and on top of that, like, very often they still run diesel multiple units for passengers because they failed to electrify the routes. I'm not sure if it comes down to some legislation and other formal difficulties for railways to invest into infrastructure. Obviously, infrastructure itself is being maintained by National Rail, I think that's how it's called. So it's a somewhat government control company. So they do servicing and stuff, but obviously like electrification of UK railways is not going anywhere forward. Like the railway near me, which is pretty much Manchester to Liverpool route, for most parts is not electrified. Obviously there is alternative route, which is, but yeah, that oldest railway in the world is still not electrified. Right, so that was that Grudze? Or that was, no, that was Domaniewicz. I'm fairly sure that it was. And the next station should be Grudze. Or station, well, that is passenger stop. So, not entirely station. Okay, we are nicely traveling at 60, a little bit below our timetable speed limit. So perhaps let's give it just a bit of throttle, perhaps 4 clicks. Here in Spain you have to be using Bolt to manage your connection. Sorry for that sick ASMR. Hashtag flu. Marcel, welcome again. How are you doing? Right, I'm fairly sure we are approaching the next stop, which is Grudze, but I'm not sure how far it is. Did I survive in the train? Yes, I did. I surely managed to survive. Oh wow, train arrives. Oh my goodness me, yeah. I mean, it's all about how you plan it, because obviously, yeah, sometimes you will get a very, very short connections between each other. And obviously, if you have to change the platform and go all the way, yeah, definitely you need to be in a rush. But yeah, on the other hand, like these days, we got the benefits of internet, and you can plan your connections so that you get comfortable amount of time. Yeah? So if the train between your change destination and your final destination runs often enough, you can actually try and plan your route so that you have, let's say, 30 or 40 minutes, which would be a bit more comfortable. But yeah, I get it. I mean, my delay is now not that bad. Like, okay, I still haven't left a first scenery and I got some delay, but come on. It's just 3 minutes. Compared to the previous one, that's absolutely nothing. Okay, we have finally arrived at Grudze. There we go. That is a massive scenery. There we go. And that is a perfect stop. Okay, let's secure the train. Oh, that is so nice. There we go. That's gonna be a good material for a screenshot. Yeah. And everything fits like a glove. Yeah, fits like a glove. Just look at this. Just look at this, chat. Okay, only last doors, but who is crazy enough to travel at the last doors? Anyway, yeah, you would want to use the middle one. They are always fun to use. There we go, we can open them. We can close them. Right, anyway, that is just a short passenger stop, so I believe we are good to depart. The details are good on the wagons. Yes, those are brand new wagons added in this update, so they are definitely really well detailed. Oh, there we go. Loading scenery checkpoint is very close. There we go. That was a little bit more lag than I expected. Right, next stop is Żory. Right, let's try and fly it. I can see that timetable is very tight. But we will manage somehow. I do have some longer stops from what I can see. Okay, the longest one is 3 minutes, but I will probably skip that. Like, you know, every single app allows you, at least here in UK, to manually adjust your connections. So obviously when you search for something, it is trying to make times as tight as possible. So if you search destination A to destination B, then obviously it will display you those times. But you can pretty much engineer your own route, yeah, if you know how to check timetables in different places. So if you know that you have to change on station X, yeah, then you know the first connection, then you need to search for the second connection and plan your route. Like, obviously some apps will have like automatic planner, and those are good apps, and some apps will do things for you, thinking that, yeah, you can make a change in 30 seconds, which you will never do, yeah, unless your train arrives early and the other train is delayed by like 3-4 minutes. But yeah, that's That's the fault of those tourists to not check and plan their route properly. It's not the fault of the app that is designed to make your trip as short as possible, because that's how you design your apps. Oh yeah, well, you can't expect tourists to be aware of everything, but obviously if you live anywhere and you travel from time to time, you should still know to eventually like do some planning on your own. Yeah? If the app is showing you something that you can't achieve, then obviously you need to search through the internet. Yeah? But some people just don't do it, and they act, oh, I didn't knew. Yeah, I didn't knew that internet exists for like 20 years already. Anyway, it looks like this scenery is offline. Sorry about that. Right, so it looks like I will have to do two things. First, I will definitely stop at the next signal. Then I will contact with Chairman, probably, to ask for permission to carry on. Okay. Perfect. Right. So, now that's a perfect example of what happens when one of the stations on your route is offline. For some reason, Jory, which I'm supposed to be stopping in, well, I was supposed to be there a few minutes ago. This scenery is unfortunately offline for some reason. Whatever that reason is, you can always contact with other dispatchers. So, first of all, I will type in SWDR commands and I will contact with Chairman. Let's see if we can get an answer. Those lights by the fan. Yes, so right. One set is called SHP, which in Polish means System Hamowania Pociągu. And basically what that means, there are points on the tracks, usually in front of the signals, magnets, similar to AWS, that will basically trigger that. and it requires driver's reaction. Yeah. Basically, it is to confirm that driver is fully aware of what he is doing. And basically that works similar to not exactly SIFA. That works more similar to another German system that is called I always keep forgetting the name of that. I got it at the end of my brain and I can't remember it. Really can't remember that. What is called this? What is this system called? My goodness. PZB, there we go. Thank you very much, Marcel. Yes, so it's more similar to PZB, although it doesn't monitor your speed. So it doesn't require you to slow down within a certain amount of time, but it works quite like a very old version of PZB that just checks if the driver is aware of the fact that he is approaching the signal. The middle ones are basically working same as SIFA, yeah? So this is pretty much driver's vigilance device, and it triggers every 60 seconds from the moment that your locomotive reaches 10% of its top speed. So for this locomotive, as soon as I hit 9 kilometers per hour, it turns on that Polish version of SIFA, and every 60 seconds I have to confirm that I'm fully aware of what I'm doing or that I'm alive, yeah? So it's driver's vigilance device. So that's the difference between those two, yeah? So SHP triggers only when there is a magnet on the tracks that requires my specific attention at that moment, and driver's vigilance device will periodically check my attention or if I'm alive or aware of whatever, yeah? And that's the difference between those two systems. Right, let me try and contact with Chermin once more. Let's see if this guy is actually in. Perhaps he missed the first message. If the dispatcher is busy, then obviously it might take a while for them to answer. Well, again, we will catch some delays. I couldn't expect that one of my trains will be delayed. I don't get any answers. You also have something like LZB. No, there is no such thing. I'm not sure how ETCS level 1 and 2 works. There is such system in Poland, but I'm not familiar with it. It's not represented in Train Driver 2 in any way at the moment. But if it will be introduced, then I will definitely take a look at it. I know it should be represented in SimRail when it comes out. So perhaps that will be a good occasion to actually learn about it. But I'm not sure if it works exactly like LZB. Right, this is quite interesting. I could technically carry on in offline mode. The problem is, I'm not sure if the driver of the next station, which is Chermin, will be happy about me just pressing F6. But on the other hand, I might have to use F6 first before I contact with Chermin. Oh, I see. Well, I'm not fully familiar with how this system is supposed to work and how it works. Yeah, like, the problem with a system is that when you design one, you should stick to it. And when you design a new version over and over again and require everyone to upgrade, it is annoying. Right, so since I got some answers, let's see if I can get permission to proceed. I just hope that Jory is not... Okay, track is clear, so F6. There we go. Now we got positive signal from a dispatcher, so we can continue. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to give a sound signal, isn't it? Okay, and I believe this is a Jory station. Now we are greatly delayed. Yes, that is Jory. Yeah, I mean, I can understand European Union to try and like standardize everything across all railway networks. That would make things much easier, especially with open borders policy and stuff. But on the other hand, yeah, the fact that every single country uses completely different set of rules and systems, it's gonna take years to introduce anything into every single country. Right, we are now stopped at Jory, so I'm gonna take a quick 1 minute break and we shall continue. Okay, I'm back. Time to move on. So that was Jory. Yeah, we got good 20 minutes delay. Yikes. I think ETCS is pretty popular already here, but only for like trucks and other international trains. Yeah. That's the thing, like what European Union thought it will happen is that every single country that has international rail will introduce ETCS inside their borders as well. Yeah. But obviously implementing brand new system is not that easy, because since that's a completely different system, you have to build infrastructure, which is expensive. You have to maintain it, which is expensive. And then you have to wait for others to do the same in order to start using that one system exclusively. What happened for like companies like Siemens and any other like a train building company is that right now they have to introduce that system with their locomotives if they want to sell them to different countries. So pretty much yes, every single locomotive will have that system installed. The problem is that not every single country will use that system exclusively. Because it's not yet implemented on every single track, yeah. So they also have to introduce extra systems, yeah. Whether they sell things to Poland, Germany, France, Italy, or any other. So pretty much that only added costs to everyone. Another struggle for the drivers, and not solve the problem. I mean, I fully believe that every single train operating on the tracks can be adjusted for use of ETCS, but again, it requires investments, and not everyone can take that investment. Yeah, not every company can just throw, let's say, 20 millions to upgrade every single locomotive to use that system. Right. Anyway, hopefully within like 10 minutes we should arrive at Czermin. Obviously right now I'm blocking this route for quite a while. Yeah, but on the other hand, BR-143 could get replaced. Eastern Germany, yes, that's a good place to be. Pretty much like you guys are having the same signaling system as there is in Poland, in Eastern Germany, so it's very easy to learn. Because basically, yeah, the signaling system is exactly the same. Oops. I almost failed to stop at this station. Woo. That was close. That was close. Although I think, yeah, I used a little bit too much brakes. Right, thankfully that is a very short stop. I won't allow for a minute to my passengers because... Okay, yeah, let's say we fit. Okay. Right, time to go. We are already late and we need to make up some time. So, while we won't skip any stops, I will try and make them shorter. I've seen that. Well, I have to admit that, yeah, German railways are one of the best in Europe. I'm not sure about... Well, when it comes to France, you don't really hear about the railways, isn't it? They do have those TGV trains and all that fast trains. But yeah, it's like you don't really hear about what they do. Nah, trains aren't that bad in Germany. I mean, yeah, like Black Vulture. When it comes to small towns and villages, yeah, it's like it's always like that in every country. Well, maybe not as bad as one train a week, but yeah, there's just a handful of trains a day just to connect with a big city where there are proper connections, like every hour or two. But yeah, while it's not the best, it's quite normal. If there's just a handful of passengers, yeah, then obviously servicing such station over and over again is not efficient financially, and like if you would get 1 or 2 passengers a day, and you would stop at that station every hour, yeah, you are making a huge loss, because that time could be spent on traveling at appropriate speed and bringing those passengers that you actually pick up from large city or town even faster, because every stop is basically causing your train to slow down and delay. Oh, now we got 2 people sticking out hands. Oh no, it's basically a model that is sitting outside. Yeah, let's take a screenshot and post it on GitLab. I'm fairly sure that this is not how it's supposed to be. What is happening here? My goodness me. Yeah, definitely that requires some screenshots. Open Sesame. There we go. Yeah, I think we need to take a screenshot of that as well. Beautiful. Perhaps that randomization of passengers is going a little bit too far. Maybe somebody will fix it. Right. Anyway, let's get on the move. Alternative seating arrangements, yeah. I don't think you would like to be sat down in train having half of your body sticking out. Right, so that was what was that? Gotartowice, isn't it? No. Oh, that was Szejkowice. There we go. Or perhaps that was Gotartowice. Can't remember. Anyway, now we should be on our way to Czermin. Indian railway seating. Oh yes, yes, yes. It reminds me those overcrowded trains in India, where people are literally sitting on the roof. That's not exactly the safest way to travel. Marcel, but does the Netherlands really need high-speed trains? Like, it's not that big country, isn't it? There we go. We are now arriving at Czermin, finally. So I believe that dispatcher will be happy to have his route back. And that's why I was very hesitant to lock my route. Okay, there we are. Finally, I'm fairly sure that this dispatcher will be happy. There we go. We don't need them, but it still would be fine. Had a train from Italy in 2009, but it was a disaster, and now we use trucks as a high-speed train. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if the distance between individual stations is not long enough, then there's no point in having a high-speed rail. That's my opinion. If the station is every like 5-6 kilometers, why would you even use high-speed rail? So that's the question. Yeah, like it makes sense in Germany because like that's quite a large country. It makes sense in France because they pretty much occupy half of the Europe, or at least a third. It somewhat makes sense in the UK because like the island is quite long, so obviously going from north to south or from south to north, yeah, that actually makes sense. From east to west it doesn't make sense at all. That's my opinion. And again, Netherlands is in general quite small country, so like you wouldn't even have a proper room to get this train to a proper speed. Yikes. Stop. Okay. I was a little bit too delicate on my brakes, and okay, yeah, post office service is not important. They don't deliver post here. Okay, passengers will be happy. Yeah. Okay, passengers will be very happy. Yes. UK has a little bit more population than this island can handle. That's for sure. Is it that dense? Like, there are places in UK where you can see only fields, yeah? So it's not that dense. There are a few large cities and agglomerations where people gather, but there is also a quite huge countryside in the UK. So right, that was Czermin Podgórze. We need to move people into Scotland. I mean, spread the population. I don't think Scottish people would be really happy about that. Same as Ireland. They wouldn't be particularly happy to have like large influx of English people. I don't know. I personally think that London should be like surrounded by wall, and there should be a separate border to it, and like it should be separated from the rest of the UK. They steal all the money from the north anyway. So I'm fairly sure they can afford to build a massive wall and like separate themselves from UK. They might even build a canal around it, yeah. It's not particularly hate, but yeah, you can see how much there is a difference in the UK between London and rest of the country, yeah? Like in London you get much higher salaries everywhere, literally everywhere. Even in low paying jobs you get way more than in the rest of the country, yeah? But you also have to pay much more, yes, that's an obvious thing, yeah? But yeah, it's like an endless money drain, yeah? Everyone is investing in London for some reason, and nobody invests in like Manchester, Liverpool, like even in Scotland, yeah? Like it's like a countryside for London, yeah? Rest of the UK is totally a countryside for them, even large cities and agglomerations. So it makes absolutely no sense to have London within the borders. Just separate it. How did Britain? I mean, you know, I live in UK for like 6 years, and like even I managed to spot the problem, yeah? That's London is a problem of UK, yeah? That's the biggest problem of UK. But it's also the biggest city in Europe, yeah? So they have like 7 million people or something. So like, yeah, obviously that overpopulation in one single city is creating a problem for the same country. Yeah, you never get enough stuff, like I don't know, it might be part of like how things operate in UK, but having a bad manager is quite typical in UK, yeah. And I blame poor quality management, because that is, I believe, UK thing, yeah. When I used to work in Poland, okay, not every manager knew what they do. Not every single one of them was a great manager as a friend manager, yeah. But at least they were professionals at their job, yeah. In UK, you get completely different thing. Usual manager or typical manager in UK is a person that has no clue how to do the job, has no clue how to manage a team, and has no clue how to make the team work for them, yeah. Which is 3 worst thing you can do as a manager. What they do as a manager is to get paid as a manager, yeah, which annoys everyone even more, because someone completely incompetent gets paid more than me for not being able to do even a small bit of my job, because they have no clue how to do it. And that's the problem of British management, yeah. It's absolutely ignorant and inappropriate. And probably that's why businesses doesn't work properly. Probably that's why there is a staffing problem. Because as a person from typical staff, yeah, a person who is doing anything in a warehouse, you might be hired by a railway company and stuff, yeah. If you are about to join a company which is poorly managed and your manager doesn't give a flying F about making the job more efficient and not causing an issue for you just for the sake of causing an issue because they are completely unprofessional, then you just don't want to take that job, isn't it? Yeah. So there's very little people that wants to join specific jobs in UK because they know they will be treated like rubbish. Oh yes, I had a fair share of that, and I can tell you, in 6 years of being in UK, I met one, maybe two managers that I would call a manager. The rest was just a function, and the person behind it was absolute twat. There we go. We are now stopped at the station. Enough of me bragging about UK management policy, which doesn't work. At least my train works. Oh, we got weird lightning things here at Chermin. As you can see, the closer I am to the shadow, the more the shadow wants to retract from me. That's a very interesting effect, isn't it? Yeah. Looks like me shutting a blind. Definitely there is some work on the engine to do, because that wasn't happening before. Your train is properly managed. My train is properly late. Let's start from that. Okay, I am now moving. Let's give a thumbs up to signaler and let's get going. Anarchist train has no managers. I'm not an anarchist. But yeah, my train doesn't really have a manager. Arrives whenever it wants to. No, I don't arrive whenever I want to. I arrive whenever I can. It's not my fault that I've been stopped at the signal waiting for dispatcher from this station to answer me for 10 minutes. Oh, Black Vulture, that is not true at all. I do obey my signals. At least that's one of the things I do right. Anyway, we got 2 stops to go. We are slightly delayed. But yeah, that's like... We'll turn the clock slightly and that will adjust for itself. Yeah, it also represents a bit of the same experience from me. Yeah, I remember during my army times, I used to actually serve in Polish army for 7 months. And I also had to travel across entire Poland, believe it or not, all the way from south to north. So that was at least 12-hour train trip. Almost free. As a soldier, you get so large discounts for train travels that like it feels cheaper than a bus ticket. So yeah, it was a great times, but yeah, delays could actually be massive. So if you had 3 days of leave from your unit to get back home and you had to travel through entire Poland, like if your train got 6 hours delays, that wasn't good. That wasn't really good. You lost that precious time which you couldn't recover. But yeah. Those were good times. I was 20, full of energy. Now I'm old. Right, anyway, I'm approaching my next station, so it would be wise to start braking. There we go. Well, that's what I call a perfect stop, isn't it? Just look at this. Yeah. Yeah. Almost exactly at the line. Yeah. That demands a screenshot. Let me just take a nice place. There we go. Perhaps on this side. Yeah. Oops. Probably that's going to be the better position. Perfect. Right. Let's get back to the cabin so that we won't delay everyone else. Brakes are off. I mean, for a train enthusiast, having half an hour delay on the railways it's like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, we are not too bad with our delay, 22 minutes. In fact, if I would speed a little bit, although I won't be able to do that at Arcadia, I could probably make up some time. First class coach and meet the elite. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's similar in UK. While it was mandatory as per regulations here in UK, people had to wear a mask, and train crew was like even delaying trains on the platforms if necessary, if somebody refused to wear a mask. Yeah, so I've seen that happen myself. I wasn't traveling by train that much during that period, but there was a time when I had to go to Liverpool, and literally a train director was having a go at a passenger that refused to wear a mask, and unfortunately the train got delayed by 2 or 3 minutes because we had to convince that passenger to either wear a mask or leave the train. But since the regulations got lifted, and since that so-called Freedom Day in UK, or whatever that was called, like, you can see more and more people just ignoring the fact that that masks are technically mandatory or required by train operators. Even though they are not required by the government, train operators can only, let's say, call for wearing a mask, but they can't effectively tell passengers to leave the train if they pay for a ticket. So nobody eventually does that. Or at least I haven't seen a situation when somebody would be asked to leave a train for not wearing a mask. At least since regulations got lifted. I mean, exemptions are one thing, yeah? If you have medical conditions, then you obviously have some sort of documents to prove that, yeah? You can always show it to the train director and tell him, hey, I'm exempt because of my health condition, yeah? Nobody who actually has a condition would make a problem out of it. A person who doesn't have that condition will make a problem because obviously that person can't produce any documents, yeah? Like, if you go to a doctor and he tells you to stay at home, he usually writes you like a sick leave note in every country, even in UK. And you have like some document to show you to your employer to prove, okay, I was ill, that's why I didn't attend work, yeah? I was ill, that's why I couldn't go to school. If you have something to prove your condition, there is no argument, yeah? Because it's normal that a person that is required to, let's say, supervise you at work, or let's say if it's a train director that is required to control passengers if they wear a mask or not, will eventually come to you or approach you and ask you to wear a mask, yeah? The problem starts when you are trying to convince that person, hey, I'm exempt from that, but you can't prove it, yeah? If you can prove it, what's the problem, yeah? You just show the guy a paper and tell him, hey, I'm exempt from that because of my condition, yeah? He doesn't need to know the details, but he can know, okay, yes, there is a doctor behind it that tells me you can't wear a mask because of that, yeah? But I doubt any doctor in this country ever made any document that proves that. Mostly because, like, I don't know about any single condition that would exempt people from wearing a mask. Perhaps there are some. But maybe some sort of, like, I don't know, respiratory issues might make people exempt. Not in UK. In UK, like, this person is just an employee. He can call the police, and the police will be able to apprehend you on the next stop if you refuse to comply with something, or if you make yourself a problem inside the train. I'm not sure if UK has a separate railway police. I think they do. So eventually that might be another idea. I know that in Poland there is a separate institution like a railway police, but I'm not sure what their rights are exactly. Oh yeah, they got that British Transport Police, but like, many people would call the normal police instead, probably. But yeah, probably if there is anyone who has same rights as a police officer, that would be British Transport Police. But I don't think conductor will be able to just stop you. Obviously, you still can't leave the moving train, yeah? So eventually, it's still not that hard to stop somebody from leaving a train which is in motion, and you can still call a police to apprehend a suspect or a person on the next station, yeah? And then you just make a stop, police officers are securing the doors, and you can't leave, effectively. That's one of the benefits of having moving vehicle, I guess. Oh yeah, those are old signals. I always keep forgetting about that. I see, yeah, so that's a news for me, to be honest. It's like, yeah, in UK obviously a conductor can ask you to leave a train, or train director can do pretty much the same, but usually it's the same person. But yeah, they can't cuff you and basically stop you or whatever. That is the job of the police, in fact. Right, we are about to arrive at Arcadia Zdrój. Current signal speed limit 40 kilometers per hour. I'm slightly speeding, although brakes are engaged, so I should be perfectly fine. Train cop. Yeah, I think that's the thing in most countries. Like, there is a separate unit that is responsible for keeping peace inside the trains or any other like transport institution. Like, obviously you have plenty of police and border guards at every airport, but yeah, police usually has some police officers on different stations, or they have a separate unit that is like co-funded by railway companies, and their responsibilities are limited only to keep an eye on railways trespassers and stuff, because obviously in some countries it is illegal to trespass on the tracks. In some countries it is semi-legal. In some countries those spaces are limited, and in others it's unlimited. Let's say in Poland there are places where you can actually trespass the railway property, like tracks, yeah. But in UK, in most places, like, you can't enter the tracks or walk over the tracks apart from railway crossings. Yeah. Right. Not exactly. It's all about how the tracks are laid in Poland, or where they are. Yeah, obviously there are plenty of small villages where literally a railway cuts through the village in half. Yeah, so obviously if you would prevent a couple of villagers from reaching their homes, yeah, that wouldn't be appropriate. So nobody effectively like enforces anything in those areas, yeah, but it's still a railway property, yeah. It's still like tracks. There are still trains coming by, even if there's one train a day or two trains a day. It is still massive obstruction to the traffic if somebody will be on the tracks, yeah. I've seen those places in Poland, and definitely there are such places, and obviously nobody would make a law, yeah, you can't cross the tracks wherever you want. Come on, it's 20 meters away from my house, yeah. So yeah, that's how it works in Poland, and obviously in those places, like, nobody will enforce that ever. But in UK, yeah, things are very different, and you can't enter the tracks in most places. I haven't seen a single not exactly. It is called SOK, or Służba Ochrony Kolei. So basically it is like a railway police. And these guys have certain rights. I'm not sure to what extent. But they pretty much often act as a police. And obviously, like, if there is a serious incident on the tracks or on the railways, then they would call an actual police, yeah, and the police would apprehend a person on the railway station. Right, guys, we have reached the end of today's stream. I'm really glad that that you stick with me for so much time. That was 4.5 hours of solid stream of a new version, 2021.1.1. If you want to try Train Driver yourself, obviously you can follow the link in description of this video if you watch it on YouTube. Or if you watch it on Twitch, you would have to press that YouTube button beneath the video and find one of my videos about Train Driver. And in every video description there is a link to Train Driver 2 website where you can get this game for free. You can also refer to one of my videos on how to install the game and how to register. So yeah, I strongly encourage you to give it a try. It's a really nice game. And definitely, if you are rail enthusiast, you will enjoy it. Although there is a high entry level to this game, especially to multiplayer, because you need to know some railway rules, and you can read about those on the forums of the game. They have a wiki section where you can learn some basics about traffic rules, signs, and signals, and that is a place where you want to look into. Barcikowy, am I from Poland? Well, yes, I am a Pole, but I currently live in UK. Right, guys, thank you very much for watching. One last thing before I will go, I would like to encourage you to subscribe to my channel. There is that big red subscribe button under YouTube player. If you are watching me on Twitch, I strongly encourage you to follow me on Twitch. And if you want to show that a little bit of extra support to the channel, you might want to consider to become a member on YouTube. And for a price of 99 pence a month, you can get some cool benefits like access to exclusive emojis that are available on YouTube's chat or in YouTube's comments. You will get your special rank that will basically grow as long as you keep your membership active, and on top of that you will gain access to exclusive membership posts where I will be sharing some channel insights with you, something that nobody else will get. So that means all the analytics of the channel and how the channel is doing. Because I believe by throwing that extra money on me and supporting the channel in that way, you deserve to know how the channel is actually doing. Finally, you will also get an exclusive ability to take part in decision-making process. So whenever I will have something important to change on my channel, I will ask you for your opinion, and that will also happen through membership posts. So if you are a member, you will be able to take part in that as well, and that comes with a package of my membership. There is only one package. I don't lock any content behind membership, so there will be no membership videos, at least none are planned, because I want to make my videos available to everyone. Barcikowy, thank you very much for subscribing my channel. And well, that's it from me for today. I'm not sure if I'm gonna come back tomorrow. There is a chance I might come back as a signaler or dispatcher, but no promises. And I will definitely be back on Saturday with our community stream in Railroads Online. So keep a look on that, and well, join my Discord if you want to join us. Bye bye.